So this morning, to start off, we've invited some people to give welcomes, and we're going to start with Kathy Wotecki. So let me introduce Kathy, and she'll give some welcoming remarks.
Well, thank you, Jim, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the National Agricultural Library. Just last week, I welcomed a similar group to a meeting in this very room where the topic of discussion was our open data activities with respect to the role of libraries. So sitting in the seats where you are sitting were the directors and deans of libraries from about 50 different partner universities across the United States. And they were very much interested in the very specific roles and the still evolving roles that libraries play in managing data. I spoke to them at that time about the role that the libraries we're expecting will play in the open data initiatives that President Obama has tasked all of the federal agencies to undertake. So in 2013, there were two directives that came out, one in February from the President's Science Advisor to all of the science agencies, directing us to develop plans for how we would make publicly available the publications, the scholarly publications that are the result of the federal investment in science, and the related data that was also generated as the result of the federal investment. This directive was followed in May with a directive from the Office of Management and Budget to all agencies and departments that open access to data in a machine-readable form should be the default option for all of the administrative data generated across the U.S. government. There are certainly some singular exceptions to that, national security-related data, personal identifiers need to be protected, and privacy, as well as industrial secrets, data that might be shared with regulatory agencies in the process of their decision making. But the vast array of administrative data that are collected by the U.S. government should be made available. We've been working busily to implement those directives. And one of the questions that we are seeking your help with is, what priorities should we establish for the next round of data that we make publicly available? So in looking over the agenda for your meeting today, I was particularly pleased to see that one of the objectives is to provide advice to USDA about the data sets, the priorities that will be important to further the goals of AGMIP and the modeling activities that are undertaken through AGMIP and harmonization thereof. So we'll be looking forward with great interest to the recommendations that you will be generating over this meeting's discussions. I also wanted, in introduction, to highlight one of the directions that I think is very important, and that I'd also be looking for your advice on how to proceed and what priorities we should be identifying. And that is, I think ultimately the goal of our modeling efforts does not end only with agricultural production. My background, my training is in human nutrition, and as I look at our agricultural production system, I look at the final outcome as being, can we produce a health-promoting food supply under the conditions that we can project will be occurring for the future? And then how can we use the data, the information that comes from the modeling efforts in turn to inform the kind of research priorities that we set for our programs, both the intramural programs and the extramural programs. I was also quite interested to see that the thinking in Europe now is also moving towards this direction of putting the human health concerns at the center of the food security agenda. I had the opportunity on Friday to participate in a meeting in Milan, Italy, as part of the opening week celebrations for the International Exposition that Milan is hosting this year. The theme of that exposition is food security. And the EU has had a team of 11 scientists from EU member countries preparing a research agenda on food security, which was released last week. And the Friday's symposium was a very high-level discussion of that research agenda as a first step in getting public comment on the research agenda. And the themes that were identified, the 7 broad thematic areas, actually start with improving public health through nutrition and healthy and sustainable consumption. So they begin with that, as opposed to most research agendas where the consumption end and the human health impacts are kind of tacked on at the end. So they start with this as the central focus. And then proceed through 6 additional thematic priorities: increasing food safety and quality, again, with a human health dimension right at the beginning, reducing losses and wastes, more efficient food chain, managing the land for all ecosystem services, the concept there is sustainable rural development, increasing agricultural output sustainably, which is the sustainable intensification of agricultural production, understanding food markets and increasing global food system, and increasing equity in the food system. So I commend this agenda to you. It is available on the web. I think it's an interesting starting point for discussion. And throughout the summer, there will be 60 to 70 consultations that are going to be held by the European Union around the Food Expo, seeking additional public comment from the scientific community as well as from the broader public about this research agenda. So in October, they will also then be producing a companion report kind of summarizing the public comment period on the research agenda. So again, I welcome all of you. Look forward to the discussions that you'll be having today. And also, I'm very eager to receive the recommendations on what you view as being the priorities that we should establish for what will be the next set of data sets that we prepare to make publicly available. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Kathy. I think all of you can see that this area that we'll be focusing on in this workshop is very much a priority for U.S. Department of Agriculture. And we really appreciate those comments. And then Kathy also mentioned the fact that it's not just U.S. either. There's European interest in all of this. And of course, we have a few people from Europe here who are hopefully going to help us make this a global initiative. But it is true, I think, that what the U.S. does and what the Europeans do really helps set the stage for global applications. And we really value the contributions of USDA to the global AGMIP community as well. And I've got here on this first slide USDA NIFA, and I wanted to point out that as a part of USDA, the National Institute for Food and Agriculture, NIFA, has supported this workshop. And so we want to thank them for that. Also, ARS has been playing a very strong role through various labs across the U.S. And we also appreciate that. And we've asked Chavanda Jacobs-Young to make a few welcoming remarks. Also on behalf of ARS, she's the ARS administrator for USDA. So Chavanda.
Good morning. Thank you, Jim. And I just want to also point out that I want to thank Undersecretary Woteki and Deputy Undersecretary Ann Bartuska for being here today. This just should be an indication of how important this topic is. They're extremely busy people, and they found their way to Beltsville this morning to be here. And we really appreciate the support they've shown for this meeting. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the National Agricultural Library. So how many of you have been here before? Of course, you ARSers. Yes, and others. Thank you. Well, welcome back to the National Ag Library for those who've been here before, and for the first timers, I want to say how delighted I am that you were able to join us here today. So the National Agricultural Library is a part of the Agricultural Research Service, which is an intramural research agency in the Department of Agriculture. And many of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with ARS. We have over 90 locations, approximately 8,000 employees, and when we're at our good point, we're at about 2,000 to 2,100 PhD research scientists. And so we are partner with the land-grant universities, we partner with NIFA and other federal agencies, and so we're just so happy that many of you decided to be here in partnership today. So this library was created in 1862 by President Lincoln. We started off with just 1,000 books. By 1900, the National Agricultural Library was the largest agricultural library in the world. So it didn't take very long. In 1990, the National Agricultural Library became the third national library. Currently, the library has about 6 million books and reports and has almost 50 million physical items in its possession. So with this week-long workshop, you have a very beautiful array of opportunities to see more of the National Agricultural Library. I'm told that you'll be in a number of sessions that will work in parallel based on your experience and expertise. You're going to be divided into 4 groups. The first group is going to look at the data harmonization, fundamentals such as terminologies, metadata, data dictionaries, and common variables. And then the second group is going to review existing databases, models, APIs, and tools for data discovery, access, and harmonization. The third group will harmonize crop and wheat databases from AFRI and ARS projects to better understand the challenges, lessons learned, and best practices. And then the fourth group will focus on the strategic planning and work to develop a roadmap for National Agricultural Data, the National Agricultural Data Network. So that's a lot of work that needs to happen this week, but I am confident that by the end of the week that we're all going to go home with not only ideas, but also practical plans and concrete action items to move these efforts forward. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the National Ag Library staff. And now Dr. Lou is no longer at the National Ag Library since he joined me downtown as associate administrator, but he's still been very active, and many of the National Ag Library staff are here today. If you are in the room, could you stand up, please? Can we just give those folks a hand for everything they've done to assist? And we know that they've coordinated the hotel, food, the facilities, other logistical services. They've set up conference calls, streaming videos, and other communications needs. They've installed software tools and loaded databases and provided all kinds of technical support. Way too many to mention today, but I just want to thank all of you who really chipped in to make this meeting a success. I also like to take this opportunity to thank Professor Jim Jones of University of Florida, Professor Cynthia Rosenzweig, I got it, of Columbia University, and Drs. Jerry Hatfield and Simon Liu of ARS for their efforts in helping to plan, organize, and direct the workshop. This workshop just wouldn't be possible without all of these folks coming together with a vision and efforts to make this happen. So the library, once again, is a place where history comes to life. NAL has many historical collections dating back to the 15th century. I invite you to explore what NAL has to offer in this building and on the web. And you're also welcome to come back. It sounds like they're going to work you really hard this week. So I just want to invite you all to come back another time to see more of what we have to offer. This is certainly the home of imagination and the delivery room for the birth of new ideas, products, and services. What we imagine, explore, discussed, and test here this week will transform the discovery, access, integration, and harmonization of agricultural data in the future. So the NAL is fortunate to have the opportunity to contribute to this exciting event. And once again, I encourage you to have an amazing workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Shavonda. Excellent comments from our first two welcomes this morning. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate also, Shavonda, you recognizing the National Agricultural Library staff, because they've really been fantastic. And you'll see evidence of that later on, because they actually have a data node here, working with University of Florida folks, that already has started loading up some data. So we did a lot of work. They did a lot of work in preparation for this. And so thank you very much. And so the third piece in this, I've mentioned that NEPA's funded this workshop. ARS has been a strong part in it, both from the National Agricultural Library as well as various locations around the U.S. And also AGMIP, is the AGMIP community. And so I've asked Cynthia, who's the overall principal investigator of AGMIP, to give a few welcoming remarks also. Cynthia.
Thank you, Jim. I'm going to be giving an overview of AGMIP shortly, so I'm not going to say too much. But I do want to welcome everyone on behalf of AGMIP and the other AGMIP PIs. So Jim and I are here. Jerry Hatfield, we just heard from, is not able to come, but he's a third AGMIP PI. And the fourth is John Antle from Oregon State University, who's an economist. He's the lead economist, principal investigator for AGMIP. So on behalf of all of us, we welcome you to this very exciting workshop. So as I'm going to say later, but also want to say that as the part of the welcome, that AGMIP is a worldwide community of scientists who are working to improve the models of all the different aspects of agriculture, including we want bringing in nutrition, bringing in pest and diseases, bringing in all the aspects that are needed to truly model effectively and usefully for decision makers all aspects of food security. And we don't just work to improve the models, then we also help to conduct assessments using the models. So because if we are, there's lots of modelers in the room and we all love to model. But if we all just spend endless time with our computers improving the models, well, so what? We have to use them as well. And actually that interaction of the improvement of the models and their use is actually really what modeling is all about. So AGMIP also plays a role in coordinating assessments of, up till now we've focused primarily on how climate change will affect both agricultural production and food security, bringing in these other aspects. So what do models run on? They run on data. So the goal of this workshop is to actually improve the integration of agricultural data and models. So there's one great efforts now to, as Dr. Wotecki the ARS are doing to, USDA are doing to provide open data, to really bring the agricultural data into the 21st century. But what this workshop about is actually taking the next step beyond open data to actually then really make sure that those open data are actually useful in what's known as, I learned from Cheryl Porter, our co-lead for IT, that are called use cases. It's only when data are used that they are actually useful. So the real goal of this workshop is that we have several goals. Jim and I were talking about this, and he's going to review the goals and objectives of the workshop, and there are several. One of them is to really provide and think through a roadmap for this integration of data and models in the new world of open data. Final thought is, when we hold workshops, and how many workshops, AGMIP workshops do we hold a year? Probably, I don't know, maybe somewhere between 5 and 10. And the emphasis on AGMIP workshops, Shavonda just mentioned this too, the emphasis on AGMIP workshops is on the work. It's not the shop, it's actually the work. So we are going to be rolling up our sleeves and delving into the actual nuts and bolts of the data, of actually creating, doing coding, right, Cheryl? There's going to be real outcomes as well. So on the nuts and bolts side, as well as really thinking together through the week on the strategy of how do we go forward to really integrate data and models in the new world of open data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cynthia. And in that regard, creating this roadmap, as I said, we've already had some work going on ahead of time. And I would also like to thank all of you who have helped provide some of these data from the different ARS and NIFA CAP locations. But I'm looking at Sanford there, the database on the wheat CAP. Jerry Hatfield provided data for from ARS and Iowa. Jeff White, who is here, has provided data from wheat experiments in Arizona ARS location, and Laja Huja from ARS in Bellsville, in Colorado. And so what we hope, and Bruno Basso in Michigan. So there's a mixture of ARS and university databases that we hope by the end of the week, as Cynthia said, rolling up our sleeves and working on this. We hope that we have those data accessible and viewable, and in some parts of them at least downloadable for use in crop models here. So we hope to do this. Now that's a tall order, and this will be just a first start. And so that's why we want to have this session for creating the roadmap. And it's going to take all of us, I think, to come together, as opposed to doing it my way or only the way that we've done it in the past, is to really decide together how we can go forward on this. So thank you again for all of the work and investment in time and effort that you've already put into this. And again, it's only the start. We really hope to do this more. So I'm going to go through a little bit of the goals and the outline for the week here this morning, and then we're going to have introductions. So I'll be asking each one of you to stand up and give just a couple of sentences about who you are, what aspects of agricultural data and models that you work on, and then we'll take time to do that. So let's see. This works, yeah. So again, I wanted to thank the principal investigators. So we actually wrote up one of these NIFA grant proposals for a workshop, and was successful. Myself, Jerry Hatfield, Cynthia Rosenzweig, and Simon Liu, who will be giving remarks later this week. But we also had a program planning committee, and this group also helped to make sure that we had a balanced program here. to represent the different aspects of data. Now, John Antle, we were hoping to get, he's an economist, and we were hoping to get some ERS folks here. We weren't able to do that, and so so John is not here as well, but Bruno Basso, who is here. Bruno, raise your hand. Molly John, who will be here this afternoon. She's on the way here now. Jack Okamuro is here. Cheryl Porter. Chuck Rice, who is not here, but he sent a representative. So who is representing Chuck? Don't think that person is here yet. Claudio Stockel is here, and Jeff White. So let's give all of these folks a round of applause. So so we really appreciate your help on this. So what I want to do this week is come up with a shared vision. I mean, USDA, the Europeans, all over the world, people are now talking about open data, and they want to make data more available. Publishing data, you'll hear a little bit about that later on. But how do we do this? I mean, saying that is one thing, but doing it is another thing completely. And so that's why we need the roadmap, is to make sure that we have software, tools, processes put in place so that this will become a reality. And what we'd like to do is, you know, in this workshop, focus on USDA and the various things that it is touching, and you've heard about that already. But what we would like to do is, through the AGMIP global community, also help make this a global initiative as well later on. And we think that what USDA does and what the Europeans do, if we can work together, and we are working with Europeans in AGMIP and their MAXUR program to do this. So what we want to do is, this is a draft of a vision that several of us came up with in thinking about this workshop. We want to have a distributed network of crop databases. And I did have site in there because what we're really focusing on here are site data as opposed to geospatial data, which are more like the remote sensing. That also needs to be done, but we're really focusing on the many different databases that are created by experimentalists and crop variety testers and survey collectors and so forth worldwide. We'd like to have this set up so that researchers can provide data with minimal disruptions to their research activities. That's going to be a critical aspect of what we need to think about. And to get maximum recognition and attribution of the data that they provide so that they can be cited like research articles are cited in the future, to recognize that. And harmonize for easy discovery, access, and use. As Cynthia pointed out, the usability of data are critical for use in models and various types of statistical analysis. Now, one other thing that we're not really focusing on too much here are the genomics data. But genomics data are critical as we go forward. Our models are already starting to include genomic information. And so we're not really quite set up for that. And so we've got a few people here that will hopefully start providing a part of the roadmap that makes sure that we include the genomics and phenomics and management and all of the weather and soil data as well. So that's toward a shared vision. It's a big vision. It implies an awful lot of work, and I hope that we can achieve that vision through the cooperation and hard work that we hope to get started here to make this reality that Kathy and Chavanda and Cynthia talked about in their welcoming remarks. So And one thing we can do while we're here is refine this vision. This is just a draft of it. Cynthia's already mentioned this, but the global community, and she'll talk more about that later. I just wanted to point out and recognize the other principal investigators of this, but a large number of people are involved in AGMIP. In fact, maybe I should ask you to raise your hand if you're contributing in some way to AGMIP in the effort. So maybe about a third to half of you are already. So what we're doing in AGMIP is we've organized this, and Cynthia will say it more, but through some efforts of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Stan Wood is here, we started focusing on next generation models. You know, we're finding limitations in many of the models, or all of the models that we've had in the past, in terms of the usefulness and the usability and the impact that these models need to have in decision making and policy making. So we've started focusing on next generation models, knowledge products, and data, and really that's what this workshop is about, is to start getting at the data aspects of this, to make the data that many of us collect in our experiments more accessible and more usable and discoverable, instead of, as Stan said, instead of being on thousands of C drives scattered across the globe, we want to make it connected and usable for agricultural purposes. So the goal here in this workshop is to greatly enhance the efficiency with which data from USDA research programs are applied in research on agricultural systems analysis and modeling. So that's sort of a very broad goal. And I've listed there the ARS and NEFA contributions, and we really appreciate that as well. And what we're focusing on are site data. These data are georeferenced, but there could be from experiments. Again, there are thousands of experiments that are conducted on variety trials, irrigation experiments, nutrient management experiments, monitoring of fields, farm surveys. There's weather station data. And again, all of these are georeferenced, but again, not very usable or even discoverable unless you go to read a research paper, and then you have to contact an author. And we don't get big data in agriculture this way. So we've got to find a way to have big data that we can do the analysis, do the discovery across locations, and find out more about what the constraints are in agricultural systems and what we can do to overcome those constraints to increase the agricultural productivity sustainably in the future. So the usability is a big part of what we're after here. I wanted to mention this open data journal. This is in a website, www.oddjar, Open Data Journal for Agricultural Research. It's being developed out of Wageningen University. Do we have anyone from Wageningen here? Yeah. Okay, so you may want to learn more about that. This is the only thing where I'll be presenting here, but what this is a serious effort with already some data that are being reviewed, refereed for publication in an open journal. And the data that are being reviewed, I believe, are the data from the wheat AGMIP model intercomparison study. It will be published, it will be discoverable, it will be usable by anyone who wants to use this in the future. And you'll learn more about how that's being done later on. But this has strong international support from different countries in Europe, from the CGIAR, and of course it's being centered by our co-leader on the IT team, Sandra Janssen at Wageningen University. And so we want to promote that. This is a way for researchers, once they publish the research papers on the data that they collect for a particular purpose, they can publish the data. It will be a citable reference, and therefore they can get credit for it as a part of this whole process of moving forward in this vision that I stated earlier. So hopefully you'll take a look at that. And I see Jeff Olenek here. We need to figure out how this connects up to the American Society of Agronomy, and also support efforts that are going on there. Publication of data, I think, are really an important aspect of this. So our objectives, and Chavanda mentioned these briefly, so I'll put them here. But we wanted to be bold as we were planning this workshop. Again, working workshop, emphasis on work as opposed to shop. I like Cynthia's comment there. But we wanted to implement a prototype approach that will demonstrate the harmonization process that we've been developing in AGMIP, working mostly until now on harmonizing data going into different models. And we wanted to do that for several USDA and NEFA projects so that we can make sure that there's understanding of how this process works. And so there will be one breakout that will be working on harmonizing the data during this workshop to get these data running and accessible and viewable from a node here at the National Agricultural Library. And that's part of what the folks here at the National Agricultural Library have been doing, working with our AGMIP team at University of Florida to implement this data node here and put data from these various locations and show how that can be harmonized and used for models. So if we're successful this week, we'll be able to show that from several different ARS and USDA NEFA locations. We want to expand the AGMIP IT tools to include nitrogen and phosphorus inputs based on cropping system models, and a lot of the efforts in NEFA projects are going into nutrient management, and so we wanted to make sure that we'll be paying attention to those kinds of inputs and responses in the data, and Bruno Basso from Michigan State will be helping us make sure that the data are set up in the long-term agricultural research communities for doing that. The other thing that we'll be doing will be harmonizing the outputs. As I've said earlier, we've spent a lot of our time focusing on the data that are in the computer already and then running different crop models. So we're able to run now with the same data, the DSAT cropping system model, the APSIM cropping system model, and I think Salus is running already. And there are, I think, 3 others, Cheryl. I don't remember what they're on. CropSyst. So anyway, Cheryl will talk about that, and that we want to have also EPIC finished. Our EPIC was started. Maybe the other models that you're working on as part of the EPIC group in Temple, Texas, and also the RZWQM. The efforts were started on these, but we would like in the workshop here to have breakouts so that they can finish working on those. And also understand that there are some people from the ARS location here at Belsel, just across the street, who will be trying to, I think VR is here, VR ready. I don't see him right now, but anyway, trying to also harmonize some of the ARS models here as well. So in the end, we should be able to demonstrate that researchers who are interested in a particular model or set of models can operate these from this harmonized databases that we're actually creating and make them usable. And then there's some other data sets that and systems, agricultural systems that we haven't really put a lot of emphasis in. And these are like the dairy cap that is funded by NEFA, the beef cap. The dairy cap is out of Wisconsin, I believe, and Molly will be talking about that later. So what we want to do in these is start defining the metadata and a minimum set of data that can be added to the data dictionaries that we have in order to harmonize those. So we've got sort of first steps for the folks here who are working with dairy and beef and also life cycle analysis and bioenergy crops to start working on creating metadata and data definitions that can be added to the CASA data dictionary that we use as our kind of technical connection points. And Jeff White was the senior author on this effort from ARS. And then the last one, as Shavonda also mentioned and Kathy alluded to as well, is we really want to collectively as a community, a growing community hopefully, give some recommendations for USDA ARS and NEFA on how to really take this forward. Again, it's not going to happen just by us wanting it to happen. We have to have that roadmap. And I think to the extent that we can work together in this community with USDA and with our European colleagues as well, I think we can have the critical mass to actually make it happen. I hope that's the case. So those are our different objectives. And so I'll talk about the agenda for today. We'll have introductions in just a moment. All of us will state who we are and so forth. We'll have a break. And I would encourage you to meet other folks during the break who may have similar interest and helping to start talking about this roadmap and how it might affect you and your research efforts in your locations. And then Cynthia will give an overview of AGMIP. About over half of you didn't hold up your hands when I asked you to hold up your hands if you're involved in AGMIP. So at least this will give you an update and a sort of a strategic look at what AGMIP is doing and how we are doing things with different groups around the world. And then Ann Bertuska from USDA will give an overview of the USDA goals and strategies for open data and for maybe a peek into a strategy that maybe we can work together with USDA on for moving forward on this. And then Cheryl Porter will talk about the way we've been doing this in AGMIP with a vision toward the future. In other words, we've had a lot of data harmonization and for model uses already, as I talked to you about, and she'll explain how that was done in this community of science that Cynthia mentioned, but also how we can take that forward, at least what our initial thoughts are on how to move forward on that. And then we have several people who will talk about the status of various USDA databases. And by USDA, I'm talking about NEFA funded as well as ARS databases. And these are the databases that we'll be working with here at the National Agricultural Library. And hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be able to show you that these data are discoverable on the internet, downloadable, at least the metadata, you can view it and also download the data to run some different models. We also are working on, and there are a lot of tools that need to be developed along this pathway that will allow usability in different ways. Some people only want to use statistical analysis of some measurement that has been made across locations. And there are a lot of people that are doing that and developing models for statistical models, and then of course the crop models as well. So we'll talk about that. Then we will have a discussion on this. We'll be able to ask questions about the data, and then we'll go to lunch. We'll have breakout sessions. We'll set up for this afternoon. There are one of the breakout sessions, session 2, will be in this room here. There's another breakout session next door. I think it's breakout number 3. Don't remember for sure. Just next door. And then the other 2 breakouts will be on the top floor here in the building on breakouts 1 and 4. And I'm sorry, but we'll have the best view. I mean, Simon took me up there before, and I said, I don't know if we're going to get any work done. We can see across to the ARS facilities across the street, a beautiful campus. But anyway, we'll try. We'll work on it, Simon. So also the facilities are just down this hall to the right, and there's another one down the hall. We'll be having lunch in this room at about 12:30, and lunch will be delivered. I think probably all of you have given your requests for any special needs for lunches already as well. Now we have the other days here, and I'm not going to go through in detail on these, but to make note that tomorrow also we'll be having all 4 breakouts after some presentations in plenary. And then we will be having breakouts in the afternoon, and the strategic breakouts will end at the end of tomorrow. So some folks are actually leaving tomorrow to go back and get all the research done that you're working on. But we'll be having that tomorrow. The technical sessions will continue to work with the technical folks here at the library to implement the databases here, and also to work with at least one of the remote locations in Idaho, Sanford, to see about connecting up with some of the data that you have there. And we'll have some technical people working with your technical folks there to see how far we can get on that. In that case, I'll point this out already, is that they already have a database. It's different than the one that we have developed in AGMIP, but that's okay. I mean, we don't envision that everyone is going to use the same database software. In fact, that's going to change in the future. But instead, we will have a harmonization process that we can connect up through the APIs and put this into a common framework using a data dictionary that we all agree upon, that then can be usable. So regardless of what the databases are, we will have metadata and a minimum set of data. It's not like we're trying to harmonize all of the data, because some researchers collect strange variables, and not everyone would be interested in them. But we will have collectively defined a minimum set that we will want to do that. So we'll be working on 2 different kinds of processes, and Cheryl will probably explain this a little bit more, whereby if you've already got a database, or if you want to use something different, that's okay. It's just that we need to have a connection to it. And then once this connection is there, we'll be able to make it work. Now, I say that as if it's easy, and I know it's not all that easy, but I like to think about things as being doable, and the IT folks can make it happen. So Thursday, we'll continue on with the technical work. And then on Friday, we'll have a plenary session again. We'll have short breakout sessions to sort of wrap things up. And then we'll have a plenary session where we'll have the status reports and recommendations that will be taken forward at the end of this workshop, and hopefully planning for bigger and better things in the future. These breakouts will be streamed. In fact, this this plenary session is being streamed on YouTube. And so there are people out there, we can't have two-way communication with them, but there are some people who couldn't be here, but they are, thanks to the National Agricultural Library, able to see the presentations. In workshop, breakout session number 4, it will be a two-way communication. So the people outside who are connected will be able to provide their input to the connection upstairs as well. And so we will be doing that. So that will be it, but I hope that's not the end of the process. I hope it's only the beginning. So this shared vision I'll put up again as I end my talks. And I don't want to go through these now, but I do want to mention already some of the guiding questions, since I have about 5 minutes left. These are some things that the PIs of this workshop came up with in the last few days. And so these are things that we hope will end up being discussed in breakout number 4. For example, should AGMIP, USDA, both NEPA and ARS, USAID, Gates Foundation, and others, or some combination of these groups, convene a series of workshops in the future over the next few years to continue what we start here? And of course, you know what my answer would be to that. Yes, we really should, because, and I don't know exactly what those workshops would be about, but getting people together who invest their time and intellectual capacity to make this happen is really important. And I think this is one way to maybe take this forward. The second bullet is, should funding agencies or donors require projects to attend these workshops in the U.S., for example, so that they can continue the development and implementation of this national data initiative to make the data usable, discoverable, accessible, and usable. And of course, most of these, I think, my answer would be yes, we should be doing that, but we need to discuss these and see how are to change these questions. Should donors in the future require all projects to enter their metadata within the first year of a project and a minimum set of data after 2 years to allow for publication rights and attribution, you know, and all that. And also, I don't know if I had it in this bullet points, but also recommend at least that these data be published in these various different data journals that are going to be coming out and be available for agricultural research. Again, I think the answer is yes, but how is something we need to work on. And then, you know, this is only the start of the technical work too. So should USDA and other donors invest in the tools and database development to make this a successful endeavor, and also to ensure credit among the different institutions that are doing this? Should funding agencies require modeling efforts that they fund to be connectable with the harmonized data? And there may be different harmonized data approaches. We're not saying that we're inventing the one that's going to be the only one, you know, but we are inventing one. And so maybe there'll be others that will be developed. And so should the funding agencies require modeling efforts to at least be connectable to these accessible, discoverable, and usable databases? I don't know the answer to that one. I'm not really sure about that one. Should the National Agriculture Library and the AGMIP community be the focus where, you know, collectively we co-develop these tools, or at least a subset of these tools, to make sure that minimum set of capabilities are functional at the end of the day. And then I don't know, I mean, we have a lot of alphabet soup out there already, but maybe we want to call this something. And so Cynthia and I were just having a glass of wine last night, and so we said, how about ADMI? ADMI, the AGMIP Data Model Initiative or something. I don't know. I mean, we certainly should brand this and make sure that it's known to be very broad-based and inclusive and open. And so that's what we want to do. So I think we're ready for a break. Oh, I'm sorry, introductions. Yes, okay. Introductions. So I did go longer than I should have. Okay, I'm sorry about that. But why don't we start with introductions, and let me ask you to give your name and the agency or institution that you work for, and a little bit about your interest, but only about 3 sentences if you would. Very, very short. So Simon, why don't we start with you? Okay, Shavonda has already been introduced, and Kathy has, no, I mean, Ann hasn't. So Ann, would you, yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself. You will. And Kathy has already introduced herself, and so has Cynthia. So let's start over here and go that way. And Ray is one of the ones that said, okay, we're going to fund this initiative. So thank you, Ray. Okay. Good. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Thanks, Gary. Well, thank you. Wow. An impressive group. I think we missed someone. There's someone sitting behind the cover there. So would you introduce yourself? He's hiding. Okay. So did we miss anyone else? I think not. So anyway, it's we've assembled quite an impressive group here, very diverse. So I hope that you will help us as we try to navigate during this week because there are a number of different interests here, and we want to get people who have like interests together to work in working groups to accomplish the goals that we have set out. And so if you have suggestions as we go forward on how to do things a little differently. For example, we have breakout one. Well, breakout one may want to further break out, and that's quite okay. I mean, so we want to have this this structured this week in a very flexible way, one that is really conducive to progress. So I think, does anyone have any other comments? My watch says about 10 till 10, but we can start a break a little bit early unless someone has any burning comments. Simon, do you have any burning comments, or Cynthia? No? Okay, well, okay. Thank you again, and we'll convene sharply by my watch at 10:30, which is we could come back at 10:20. Okay, because the break is right here, so let's do that. Okay. Thank you.
just realized. I'll just drag it to the desktop. Eventually, it has to stop. Oh, it stretches it out. You know how to change the aspect? I can do it on my computer, but change the aspect so it's not stretched out like that. Well, I guess we can live with it like that. It's a bit, you know, it may not be possible. Thank you.
Maybe this computer screen just changed it.
Okay, can work with that.
Okay. We need to get started. Okay, thank you. We're going to get started now, and we're going to get started by with Cynthia Rosenzweig giving us an overview of AGMIP. Cynthia?
Hello again, all. I think there we go. Great. So, just want to share a bit more about what AGMIP is all about. So, first of all, the mission of AGMIP. Here it is. To provide effective, science-based agricultural decision-making models and assessments of climate variability and change, and sustainable farming systems to achieve local to global food security. That's the mission statement. As I mentioned in my welcome, AGMIP is a worldwide science community, and this is to prove it. These photographs are from the first, second, and fourth, and fifth global workshops, and third, all of them. We've had 5 global workshops so far. They've grown to include about 200 researchers worldwide. And I also mentioned that there are many other AGMIP workshops, regional workshops, where you see some of them here, and topical workshops such as this one on special topics needed for the to fulfill the AGMIP mission. Altogether, on the listserv, there are now about 750 agricultural modelers worldwide. And it's not just folks who are getting emails. Many of these are actively involved in one of the AGMIP activities, which I'm going to share shortly. But before that, I want to say, so those are the individual researchers and scientists who are part of AGMIP, but we have also very important partnerships with institutions as well. So I mentioned our PIs. They're university, on the university side. Columbia, University of Florida, and Oregon State are the lead universities. We through Jerry Hatfield and many interactions with USDA. USDA plays a very critical role in supporting AGMIP with country-to-country agreements. For example, through the integration of AGMIP activities into ARS, and also and direct support for the science integration and coordination, and helping to bring all those folks to the AGMIP global workshops, for example. But we have also many partners and partner institutions. You'll see some of them there. CSIRO, Wageningen, some of there we have representatives from many of these lead partners as well. The IFPRI, PIC in Germany, ICRISAT, other, and of course other U.S. agencies, USAID, my home agency, NASA, NSF, then internationally we have and there's some folks I think here from CG or CCAPS. We have very strong ties with that global program on climate change, and iPlant as well. So this slide is, we developed the base of this at the very first AGMIP workshop in San Diego, those 5 years ago, and AGMIP, and it really has held up. And as we move into what we call the second phase of AGMIP, the second 5 years, it really is holding that there are two main tracks. One is to develop and test next generation agricultural systems models. And I want to make a point about what those models entail. And that's what the center green square is all about. From the beginning, AGMIP included both the physical, biophysical, and socioeconomic aspects of agriculture, because it's important to have at the beginning what you're going to work on throughout. So while this group and what we're really focusing on this week is on the crop modeling side, the biophysical side, and the data and models for that part, AGMIP has very, very strong interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary models at its core. The second track, so in that first track, developing and testing. So we need historical climate conditions. We need to study how we do model calibration and improvement. We need to evaluate and intercompare models. I'm going to show you just a few examples of that. Of some of those activities. But as I mentioned earlier, if you just make models and improve models but never use them for anything to help anybody make any decisions, that's no good either, because agriculture is nothing if not applied. So with these models, we conduct multi-model assessments, and in the beginning, AGMIP was very focused on climate change, but we're now broadening that out, moving into a broader conceptualization, a broader domain of sustainable farming systems. And in the right-hand corner is what is the data corner, which are the AGMIP Sentinel sites, in which AGMIP has created a classification of experimental site data for use in models. I call this the good housekeeping seal of approval, really, so that as Jim is saying, as Jim said, there's so many thousands, hundreds of thousands experiments and data collected in the field that aren't able to be used to improve the models, to improve their wider use. And so that's what the AGMIP Sentinel sites is all about, with silver, gold, and platinum. And I think there's even, Ken works a lot on this, there's even some lower categories as well. So that's the science approach. And then based on that science approach, that community of researchers forms teams and activities. And we call this the petal diagram because these are this is the first set of activities that the scientists came together to work on. And when an AGMIP team or an activity, they have co-leaders, they have a written plan with goals and research questions. They are protocol based for the work that they're doing together. There's also external science advisors and attention towards review, scientific review and attribution, so that the work of AGMIP is absolutely founded in the best possible science. And these teams end up with publications. So again, everyone who works in AGMIP is able to both work on their own work, their own models, whatever they're doing, and advance their own careers, but at the same time work together to advance the field. We also have some teams always in development. So a very important one that's in development now is GeoGlam. We just held a workshop just nearby here at ARS with the GeoGlam folks to bring, in particular, the remote sensing data together with the models for within season forecasting. But we're also working closely with nutrition. We're going to have a call with Dave Gustafson this afternoon on that. And you can see the other areas that are in development. So all of this has been the first 5 years, basically. The work that has been developed in AGMIP has now been published in these 2 books. And I brought them. And we are going to, I spoke with Kathy Witecki this morning, and we're going to donate them to the National Agricultural Library. So, and Anne is going to make sure that gets to the right person. Because this really is documenting, and there's over 200, by the way, there's over 200 authors of the chapters in these books. And I also brought flyers. They're pretty big and fat books. So these are, if you all who are here could take flyers and ask your libraries and institutions, this is so that they can be a resource for everyone in your institution. So what's the focus of this workshop? As we've said, and as we've heard so far in our introductory session, is really on the data and the tools. But what are these data and tools used for? So I'm just going to give a very few examples of the kind of work that AGMIP does in crop model intercomparisons and improvement, in regional integrated assessment, and at the global scale, the global crop and economic assessments. So this is what we're really working on by improving and working on our red circle here on data and tools. What we're enabling is improvements in these kinds of activities that lead to decision support for these major areas. So crop sites and processes, Ken is here. He and Peter Thorburn are the leads on our crop modeling team. And this is showing internationally the Sentinel sites that are used in the crop intercomparison studies for wheat, maize, rice, sugarcane, and potato. You can see the number of models. These Sentinel site experiment data are absolutely crucial for multi-model assessment. that allows us to improve the rigor of the science to understand what the uncertainties are around these projections and these use of these models, as well as then allowing the modelers to delve into improving the processes in the models themselves. So here's some very quick review of some of the lessons learned in this area. So Sentold Sang and Frank Evert led 27 wheat modelers and models in an ensemble comparison. And what we've learned by bringing the models together into ensembles as opposed to individual models, which had basically been done before, is that the ensembles do a better job than the individual models at predicting the effects, predicting the observed yields across varying environments. So this is Netherlands, Argentina, India, and Australia. The X's are the observed. The broad the broad bars are when not very much data for calibration is provided to the modelers, and then the more narrowed bar is when the modelers have more information. But what you can see is the median line in each case of the ensemble is doing a very good job of predicting the observed yields accurately. And when we look at the individual models, most individual models had a hard time doing those, predicting those observed yields across those varying environments. So clearly, when we're thinking about changing climate conditions, being able to use ensembles of models as opposed to individual models is an important step. So this is from the maze intercomparison, 23 maze models. And again, you'll see the same thing, that the ensemble simulated yields accurately with both low, that's the one with the bigger bars, and high levels of input information regarding weather and soils and management. And the little, the graph on the right is about how many models do we actually need. So another thing that we test, that is tested in these ensemble intercomparisons, is do you need all 23 models or all 27 models to come down to that, to really be able to predict at that median level. And what we find across all of these three major crops and very well-developed models is that you don't actually need all 23, that it narrows when you randomly pick the models to combine. And the next slide, this is the final slide on this set, the crop models, is 13 rice models, and they are showing that it narrows down in terms of numbers of randomly selected models to be somewhere around 5 to 10 needed to replicate the observed yields. So while this means that we don't have to go super big, but that this ensemble approach is offering some very useful ways forward. Now, another area that AGMIP has done a lot of work on is regional integrated assessments. And this work has great contributions by John Antle, our lead PI, who's an economist, Jim, Alex Ruane, Roberto Valdivia, and regional research teams who are, this has been developed and tested first in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. But the methodology is something that we very much hope to share and are already sharing in other places around the world. And we're very interested in seeing if this kind of approach could be used here in the United States. So this is a new approach for regional integrated assessment that for climate change, for understanding and projecting climate change effects on agriculture in a region. And what it does is it kind of takes the crop modelers out of their comfort zone and says, we can't any longer just look at crop models. It's a very important part, but we have to realize that crops are part of integrated agricultural systems and integrated farming systems, and that's what the left-hand corner shows. So this approach, this new approach that AGMIP has developed, focuses on farming systems, It's transdisciplinary, physical, biophysical, and socioeconomic. It's multiple scale at the field scale, farm scale, region, global, and global data and models. We bring together all of the critical information to bear. We use multiple climate and multiple crop models so that we can utilize what we've been learning about these multi-model approaches. And finally, because we work hand in hand with the economists, and that's why we're so glad we have our representative from ERS with us, because we then, the outputs are, while it includes the productivity changes, but it also includes results on impacts on income levels, poverty, vulnerability, the kind of outputs and outcomes that policymakers also are very, very interested in learning. We use this methodology to ask three core questions. The first is question 1. What is the sensitivity of current agricultural production systems to climate change? Over 95% of all climate change studies has really only focused on question 1. What we do in this new methodology, in the new methods, is to advance the characterization of the agricultural production system into the future, so that we're able to ask, what is the impact of climate change on future agricultural production systems? Because that's actually much closer to the real question. And we do that by what we call representative agricultural pathways. We develop those with stakeholders in the region. How is the agricultural production system projected to change in a given region, and how may also the linkages to the global systems work as well? And then finally, so that's question 2, and then of course, farmers, you know the mantra: there are no dumb farmers. How are farmers going to adapt? And that is question 3, the benefits of climate change. The left and the right are showing that in some cases there may be positive climate change effects, for example, at higher elevations and high latitudes. And so this system allows us to look at both negative climate change effects as well as positive. This slide we're very proud of this slide, because this is from West Africa. We have a great team of researchers who produced this slide. But what we like about it especially is that on the very same slide, there are 2 families of crop model results presented. DISAT is on the left and APSIM is on the right. And you see right away, oh, hey, the models don't completely agree. So right away, we're improving our understanding of the uncertainty around our projections. What we're doing now in phase 2 of this project is to determine why and to institute model improvements. Finally, for the regional integrated assessment, this kind of work allows these kinds of results to be brought forward, because we test adaptation packages, again developed by stakeholders. Adaptation packages can raise incomes, that's the first green bars, and this is without adaptation, with adaptation. Superimposed, the map is showing climate, the mean climate effects. But they do not always compensate for the crop losses completely. Turning now to the global scale on global crops and economics, and you can see the great team of researchers who are included in this work, who work on this work. Just 2 results of what we've learned so far from doing model ensembles at the global scale. So this work is end of the century climate impact on maize, wheat, rice, and soy. It's a median of 7 global gridded crop models and 5 global climate model projections. And for the very first time ever, there are hatch marks which show where the models agree. This is comparable to what the global climate models have done in the IPCC for many years. What the results are showing is, particularly for maize and wheat, that lower latitudes are more vulnerable to climate change. CO2 effects continue to be key to understanding future impacts and uncertainty. And then with what we can do with this group of models is stratify them, group them according to how they are dealing with certain processes. For example, in this case, some of the models, you have explicit nitrogen stress, others do not. And it certainly shows that the effects with the explicit nitrogen stress, particularly because of the full realization of those CO2 beneficial effects, are very important that we get this right. This is the one slide I'm going to show on the projections on the economic side, and I'm glad we have one economist in the room, at least one. And what this shows is 10 global economic models, 2 global climate models, and 2 crop models. There's each group of bars is one economics model, and you can and this is the effects of climate change on agricultural prices in 2050. So just dominantly, you can see all climate change in all models increased agricultural prices. So there's clearly a pressure of climate change upward pressure on agricultural prices. But clearly there's also very large uncertainty across the models. And this model uncertainty cascade is very important in impacts and climate change impacts understanding and literature, that it appears that some of the social aspects and the social modeling with the economics is even perhaps more uncertain than the global crop models and the global climate. So clearly this is showing why we must work all together across the climate, biophysical, physical, biophysical, and socioeconomic. So where are we going now in terms of way forward with AGMIP? So Jim showed a version of this. And in this one, the next gen models are at the bottom in kind of brown, like the soil. Like this is like what we need to create the base of going forward. So it's a slight modification to the one that Jim showed. Because from this base of next generation knowledge products, improved models and data, which is what really we're working on this week, then from that base, we're really then able to contribute to development of pathways to sustainable farming systems and coordinated global and regional agricultural assessments. This is showing the building blocks of those assessments: crop models, global crop models, global econ models, regional economic models, local crop models, linked together through the projections into the future. That's all the alphabet soup in the middle. But the red circle is here again. IT is essential to be able to really move forward and take on these challenges of significantly improved assessments of future agriculture and food security. The goal then is to utilize the building blocks and the agricultural modeling community, of which so much is represented in this room, to now do coordinated national, regional, and global food security to contribute to the U.S. National Climate Assessment, IPCC AR6. But in order to do this, data harmonization is absolutely essential. So we really look forward to working with everyone on this really challenging but essential task. We always have lots of workshops. Those are the ones that are coming up, and it's great to be here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Cynthia. And now we're going to move into presentation of USDA goals and strategies. And Ann Bertuska, we're really pleased that you are sticking with us this morning and look forward to your comments about USDA's goals and strategies.
Well, good morning, and it's a real pleasure to be with all of you this morning, and that Dr. Wotecki was here earlier, and as well as Dr. Jacobs-Young, and I will reinforce what she said, which is the importance that we place on this particular event is supported by the fact that we all came to be part of it to help kick this off. I also was part of the event, the joint GeoGlam AGMIP meeting that took place several weeks ago, and it was really a wonderful, I think, forum with lots of people. But I think what it did is start bringing this community more deliberately together. I think there's a lot of collaboration already going on, but it really is an opportunity for us to start figuring out how all these different pieces fit together and how we could be supporting one another and working towards this mutual goal, which is understanding better crop production systems under the stress of climate change, and then being able to make not only predictions, but also action to change our practices in response to that, which is the practical side of what we're trying to do. And to do this in a sustainable way, because we do have these challenges of how do we feed 9 billion people in not so distant future. I think Dr. Wotecki's remarks this morning really did touch on some of the opportunities that USDA is addressing at a very high level. And I'm just going to drill down just a little bit deeper, not too much more, because there's many of you out there in the audience are going to get into the real nuts and bolts of this. And I'm an ecosystem ecologist in forests, so I don't necessarily know all the details of some of the modeling that you're doing, but I certainly appreciate the effort going into to connecting those dots. So to start, I guess I want to show you a graphic in a minute, and this is one some of you have already seen, but it was sort of proximal in the same 30 to 45 days where we both had a presentation from Cynthia and Jim on AGMIP and the opportunities to support AGMIP from the highest levels at USDA. At the same time, we were getting requests from the GEO Secretariat that we step up and play a more significant role in the leadership of GeoGlam, and add to that several other budget initiatives, and as well as the fact that Dr. Wotecki had just come back from the G20 with the meeting of the ag chief scientists across the globe, coming up with a platform of 6 opportunities to work across countries to address the whole area of food security and agricultural production. So you can see we have a lot of pieces out there, and we're going, how do all these things connect? Well, the good news is that we had Dr. Deb Peters in the office as one of our senior advisors at that time on sustainability, who is a systems thinker, and she helped us put this graphic together. And I actually wanted to walk through this a bit because when you asked me to talk about USDA goals and strategies, this sort of reflects our strategy. And I think it does articulate quite a bit of the different pieces that we have and our goal to bring them together, not only to bring them together from a program management standpoint, which is going to be critically important in charging the agencies to do that, but also how do the data and how does the information interconnect? And I guess that's my challenge to all of you as you think through is no one piece of this is on its own. They are interconnecting, and the opportunity to get added value through those connections. So starting in the upper right is really the piece that ties GeoGlam together. And here what we've tried to do is show how the different imagery, the imagery that we have that contributes to GeoGlam can and hopefully will more directly interface with our legacy data, which is the agency data sets, but also the emerging LTARs, which you've heard mentioned, the Long-Term Agroecosystem Research Network, which is being established as a network. And I think it's a very exciting opportunity for us to get place-based data integrated right up front. So you have those bits and pieces. What was not on here directly is at the same time this was happening, USDA was asked by the White House as part of the President's Climate Action Plan to develop a climate data and toolkit around vulnerability of the food supply. And actually Vince, who's here in the audience, was in the middle of all of those discussions. But this helped us think through what is it we need and how do we put it together in a climate stress vulnerability set context, and how did the different pieces come together? And in fact, I think one of the areas that we're moving forward with USDA's research program is how do we more deliberately connect the genetics, the environment and the management strategies so that we actually can make better predictions as well as better assess practices. So that's the production side. Then if you go to the upper left, there's the obvious driver data that we would be wanting to include in this kind of an assessment. And it's not all ours. And so this is where we need to really play nice with our colleagues and other agencies and work collaboratively. And the good news is we are. But certainly the importance of working with NOAA on the climate and weather piece, NRCS in terms of soils, and now their new soil health initiative, and others, and just the different pieces that we need to be bringing together. And here, I think one of the important contributors to this piece, at least in one area at least, is the CAP grants and the data that's coming out of the CAP grants. And I really am glad to see that there are representatives from some very important ones here, because it's bringing together the NIFA-funded activities with the universities, with the ARS work, I think is going to be really important to help us get to a better stage. And so pulling those together, the middle piece is the site level, and that's the one on, sorry, you're right, my left. The site level synthesis. So this is where AGMIP fits, and this is in our conceptual model. This is where AGMIP fits. I'm happy to get feedback on this, but this is where the models take place, where we integrate these driving data, we integrate the imagery, we integrate all the different experimental data, and we start making a whole of it through both concept and then the modeling systems to get a better handle on the production and what is actually happening under these different scenarios. And what Cynthia just presented is a really wonderful breakthrough, I think, in how far we have come in bringing all of those different pieces together. But ultimately, and if you go down to the bottom, it's for us to be able to, well, ultimately it's to get information transfer, which is the far bottom right. But to get there, this whole approach to being able to integrate these data and now analyze them in a regional and national level syntheses is, I think, an important driver for us. Certainly the IPCC work is important from a science standpoint, but the more we can get it into an analysis that actually gives us some practical findings that allows somebody to react to. And that, I think, is where we, from a USDA perspective, and I think the community should be working towards this. What do the practitioners need, and how do we go from these models, this technical and scientific information, into tools that actually are useful? And so things like forecasting the vulnerability of agroecosystems to global change drivers, we're using that, and that idea is coming out in the vulnerability assessments that we've been working on at the regional scale. Developing potential adaptation strategies. How can we use this information to determine what are the processes, what are the new production practices we should be taking? How do we manage the water content, the water distribution systems, some very practical aspects of what these particular models as well as the scientific information contributes. And what's not on there but has started showing up in this meeting, which is very exciting to Dr. Otake as a nutrition scientist, but how does this help us understand the changes in nutritional quality as well as availability? Because we ultimately need to be able to assess that too in terms of having a healthy population, not just having a lot of calories, but the quality of those calories. So we really need to be bringing the nutritional aspects into these food production systems, agricultural production systems. And that's a piece that's not as well developed. I think we have some tools out there, the GODAN, which is the global open data, sorry, have to think, I know we speak in acronyms, that's terrible, so I don't remember the global open data for agriculture and nutrition, which has been signed on by now many countries and is really becoming a mechanism to bring a lot of our global data on nutrition together, and certainly is getting a push from domestically within the United States. And so for us, the mechanism to bring this forward is we have the regional climate hubs have been established. They are geographically positioned to be the place where we can do vulnerability assessments within the United States, but in particular to be able to take all of this scientific information, imagery, analyses, model runs, etc., and try to push it out in a way that actually informs decisions in a very practical way. No small feat. But to get there, this issue of data harmonization is incredibly important. We can't have competing models. We can't have competing data sets, because that will just make the end game more confusing. And then how does somebody make a decision? They want to be handed a tool. They want to be handled information. We're the ones who have to go through this elaborate process so that we can get it to the point where the confidence in the data, the confidence in the direction is sufficient that we can provide that information transfer. And so from a model, conceptual model perspective, or the framework, I think this really does lay out nicely all of our approaches within USDA research, education, and economics right now. And it is investing in the models, investing in the imagery, investing in the data systems, investing in the experimental work going on at the sites, investing in the CAP grants and other NIFA activities, but bring them together in a way that allows us to make informed decisions. And that's the challenge. And so I really commend you for coming together at this time. And I think this is a really important time to bring the university system together, the federal scientists together, domestic and global, since we have representatives of the global community here, and to really come to a much better understanding of what we have, what we're sitting on, and then how do we go forward in a way that allows us to integrate all of those different pieces. For me, the whole value of the data harmonization is not only to get to that stage, but also so we're starting to build a data dictionary. The Ag Data Commons is one that we're working on here within USDA to tie to our publications, but it's bigger than that. It's being able to make transparent these different data so that others can be looking at it, peeking in, and maybe coming up with new ways of looking at what we have and what new approaches might be, and maybe thinking about things that we haven't because we're not in their seat, in their region, working on their crop. And that actually is one thing I did want to also reinforce, in that as we work through where we go with GeoGlam, the opportunity with AGMIP is that it goes beyond. Right now, GeoGlam tends to be focused on the 4 major commodity crops. And the opportunity, as we think about vulnerability of food supply, food security in the long run, we've got to go beyond those 4 commodity crops. And I think that's where AGMIP is a really positive and powerful feedback mechanism to where GeoGlam should be going. And that is, how do you capture more information that can be feeding the models as well as informing other cropping systems? So this two-way communication that has begun is actually, I think, reinforcing some of our long-term strategies. And then I guess the last point I'd like to make in terms of getting back to the climate hubs, and that is, we really do want to engage this larger community. And so if you have not had a chance to visit with the regional club leaders regional hub leaders, as well as the technical staff that are in place there, they also need to know who is out there that they could be building upon the models that you have, the data sets that you have, being able to use that framework and that structure to actually move the science out into a very practical way. So that's really what I want to share with you this morning. It is, right now, I have to apologize for Deb Peters. She had hoped she'd be able to stop here, but she's on her way to Rome tomorrow for a GeoGlam event and wasn't able to participate. But we really do see this linkage between GeoGlam and AGMIP to be a really important one for us. Again, I wanted to reinforce having the CAP grant representatives here is really added value to this whole process, and look forward to how those pieces can be incorporated, and can we move towards a common data management system that allows us to really better interconnect our various pieces. So thanks very much for letting me have a little bit of time to visit with you this morning. And I think I'm going to come back on Friday so I can hear the end result. I'll let you guys get involved in the breakout session. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Ann. That was very good. And, starting to drill down a little bit. So I think Ann was spot on here, and we can see how she was doing that. And I think the other 2 parts of this morning session are also drilling down a little bit more deeply. So we're getting into sort of the guts of the workshop. And so next, Cheryl Porter will be talking about data harmonization, the AGMIP approach, and the progress so far. And again, Cheryl is co-leader along with Sandra Janssen from Wageningen the IT initiative in AGMIP. Cheryl?
Thank you, Jim. Okay, so I'm going to get a little bit into the nuts and bolts, not too much, but just to tell you a little bit about what we've done with data interoperability within AGMIP. So a little bit of the outline of what I'm going to talk about is first our motivation within AGMIP. Cynthia already gave a lot of information on that already. An overview of what we've done, where our data interoperability tools have been implemented so far, and some steps on harmonizing data and databases. So that's what we're going to get into this week in our breakout sessions. Okay, so the motivation. Really, Cynthia's covered most of this already. The motivation has to do with the fact that AGMIP protocols call for ensemble modeling. And because we're working with all these different crop models, we needed a way to take a common data set and provide it equally to all the models. And so the data harmonization efforts facilitate research, collaboration, model intercomparison, and model improvement. So the I in AGMIP is intercomparison and improvement, doing double duty. So the data harmonization allows us to do that. Also, we have a commitment to open data. Our data is available under the Creative Commons attribution license on our CropSite database. Okay, so the challenges involved in harmonizing data for use in crop models have to do with basically three areas. One, the multiple data sources and formats of the data that we use in our crop models. So we have information that we use from very detailed field experiments, some of the types of data that we'll be dealing with this week. We also deal with very generalized farm surveys in our integrated assessments in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Those are low quality, low quantity data sets, as opposed to the field experiments that are very high quality and typically lots of information. Yield trials, different sources of data, and so on. So this is one of the challenges, is that we want to bring all these data together, harmonize them, and make them available to crop models. But even the most detailed field experiments typically don't have every piece of data that you need to run a crop model. So we need to supplement the information observed in the field with expert information about the regions that we're modeling. And so we need to be able to take those assumptions and supply them to the models also in a harmonized format. And lastly, the models themselves all use different formats. Okay, the inputs vary from XML to databases to flat files and so on, all in different formats. So we didn't want to require models to change the way they do things. So what we do is we've got translators that will take our harmonized format and make them available to all of these different formats that the models use. And then finally, the model outputs are also in different formats. And so we want to be able to take the outputs from these various different models, pull them together, and use them in an organized way and make them available. Okay, so the elements of the AGMIP data interoperability plan are listed here. First, and maybe most important, is that we needed to have a common vocabulary for all of our crop modeling variables. Absolutely essential to be able to harmonize the data is to be able to identify and define them. We need to have a harmonized data format, and we need to have data translation libraries. So I've listed three here. We have ACE input, ACE output, and ACMO. So you're going to be, those of you in some of the technical breakouts will be hearing these acronyms a lot. So ACE stands for AGMIP Crop Experiment. That is our harmonized format that we use for crop modeling data. So the ACE input translators take data from these various different source formats and put them into the AGMIP harmonized ACE format. ACE output translators then take data from the harmonized format and make them into all the formats that are needed by the crop models themselves. And ACMO stands for AGMIP Crop Model Output. these are really complicated acronyms here, but ACMO then takes the data, the simulated outputs from each of the crop models and puts them in a harmonized format. We have developed what's called the DOME, which stands for Data Overlay for Multi-Model Export. We really had the acronym first and then decided what it meant. That's a backronym. So the DOMEs are used to apply the expert knowledge based on regional agronomists, or, call up Bruce Kimball and ask him, what was your row spacing? You didn't record it. And so to be able to apply that kind of information uniformly to all the models, but yet keep it separate from information that was actually recorded in the field. Maintaining data provenance has been a top priority. We can talk about that later. I don't have time to get into that in detail today. We want to serve the harmonized data in an online open database and provide web services for automated access of the information in a harmonized format. And maybe the most essential component is that the system was developed collectively from input from the global agricultural research community through meetings facilitated by AGMIP. So we had a series of data translator development sprints. So these were where we got a bunch of software developers and the crop modelers associated with each of the models and closed them up in a room for a week and threw a lot of chocolate and coffee at them and had them develop these data translators. Okay, so the solution looks a lot like this, where we bring the data from the multiple sources, put it into the harmonized site-based data, that's the ACE format, using the ACE input translators. We combine that with the DOME data, which is the uniformly applied model assumptions. We generate then a combined data stream, which is sent to the data translation software, which then spits out all the various formats needed by the multiple models. Models are run separately by the modelers. That's not part of an integrated process, at least not with our desktop tools yet. And then finally, we take the outputs from each of the models and harmonize them into the ACMO format. Okay, this is a similar depiction of the same information. It's shown a little bit differently. Let's see. So the big orange boxes here, Quad UI, and here, ACMO UI. These are the applications that hold our data translation tools. So they've been implemented as desktop utilities. They've been implemented on high-performance computers and various other formats. They're basically libraries of tools that can be implemented in different ways. So for the sake of discussion, I'll talk about the desktop applications, and that's probably what people will be using here this week. So Quad UI combines the ACE input translators and the ACE output translators. Okay, so it's taking data from these various different sources. It's translating them to the harmonized format. It's combining this DOME data. These are information that the modeler wants to supplement to provide a complete data set to run models. And then finally, the output translators provide the information in the formats needed by the crop models. Okay, completely separate from the desktop application. The models are run. Oops, back there. And then a separate desktop application reads the model outputs, puts them into ACMO format. This green box here is what allows us to combine the metadata. It tells us what it is we've just run. All the metadata comes through and is combined with the model output. So what we finally store is the complete package, and it ties everything together. One of the things we can do with the DOMEs is apply hypothetical management regimens. Okay, so when Cynthia talked about applying the wraps or applying adaptation packages, we can do that here. So we can supplement the actual data for a site with hypothetical data through a DOME and then run that all the way through the model. So this metadata becomes very important to tell you what those final outputs mean. And then over on the right, we have our AGMIP crop site database connected to an API so we can have web services. And these harmonized formats, which ACE-B, DOM, and A-Link files are what's stored in the database, as well as our ACMO files. And they're all linked through the metadata. Okay, so the ACASA master variable list. Breakout 1 is going to be talking a lot about this. Breakout 3, somewhat less, but also will be involved in this. Breakout 2 will actually be using this to develop the translators. This is the common vocabulary that ties all of our AGMIP harmonized data together. Okay, so the ACASA stands for International Consortium for Agricultural Systems Applications. Jeff is nodding. I think I got it right. Close enough. So Jeff White, Tony Hunt, and a lot of other people put a lot of years of effort into developing this list, which is meant to be a comprehensive documentation of field experiments. And it provided exactly what we needed in AGMIP to describe our crop experiments. We've modified it somewhat to put in some metadata for AGMIP, and as we brought in new models and developed the translators for those models, we found that we needed to supplement the data. So this is a living document. Right now we curate it on a Google Docs, okay? So it's fairly low tech. It's available for you to look at. It is evolving, and we hope that even this week we will evolve it even more. Okay, this is a list of some of the crop models that we've worked with already to develop these data translation tools. Some of them are fully functional. We're using them in our AGMIP activities, and others are in various stages of development. We hope to further all of these, or not all of these, I think we have 6 models that we're working with in Breakout 2 this week. This is kind of a laundry list of where we've implemented our AGMIP translation libraries so far. I'm not even sure it's complete, but we've got, as I mentioned before, the desktop applications, Quad UI and ACMO UI. We're using them in a cloud-based computing application using the Galaxy Workflow platform. That's the FACEIT project, which is an NSF-sponsored project. They're used in large-scale gridded modeling activities for AGMIP. We have a project where we are working with ag trials. This is the CG Center database housed at CIAT, and we have been able to share their metadata on our AGMIP site, so we're actually exposing ag trials metadata and vice versa. We've also got a prototype translator where we can take ag trials data from their database, translate it to AGMIP format, and then make it available for crop models. We've got various CG researchers that have adopted our AGMIP format because they like the concise way of storing their data and making it available to models. Worked with CCAFs, and also we've got an AGMIP data node for our second AGMIP data node over the last few weeks was installed here at NAL. This is a screenshot of our AGMIP data interchange and the crop site database. It's a web interface for data download. Upload is broken at the moment, but we're working on that. Should be available soon. We can upload data. Right now it's all done. Chris Villalobos back here is our command line data uploader, but we'll have the public access for that soon. It has web access, web services for remote access of the data. We're using that with ag trials and also the FACEIT Galaxy Workflow platform. And we've got data, we're collecting data now from the AGMIP work, the integrated assessments in Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. We've put all of the DSAT data sets up there. We've got some of the ag trials data. We have some data that was donated from Monsanto. We've put the Illinois variety trial. So we're collecting data from a variety of sources and putting them into the AGMIP format and making them available in the database. Okay, so now we get into a little bit what we're going to be doing this week. The steps to harmonizing data to AGMIP format. So these are very generalized steps. As you get into it, it's not quite so cookie cutter, but the first step is to use one of our spreadsheet templates for entering your data. So we've got, to facilitate data entry, we've got a series of spreadsheets for different types of data. So we've got one template that is used for very detailed field experiments. That's probably what most of the people here that will be donating their data or trying to convert to AGMIP, that's probably the template that's most appropriate. We also have templates for farm survey data and yield trials, and we've got one for a paddy, rice paddy management system because the management there is so different. And the next step is to take your data. Okay, so the template already has these ICASA variable headers and the definitions and the very specific units for each variable. The trick is they may not, this template may not have all the variables that you've collected. So what you would do then is go back to the ICASA list, find the variable of interest, and put it in the spreadsheet for your data. Okay, and it sounds simple, but you know you're basically mapping your data to the ICASA list and then annotating it in the spreadsheet such that we can read them in. The units become very important then, so because if it's got the ICASA label on it, it must have the ICASA units. Otherwise, yeah, we won't know what the data mean when we get them out. And then finally, once you've got the information in the spreadsheet template, we can convert it to the ACE harmonized format and try to run it in a crop model. Okay, so I was able to take a couple of the data sets, one from Jerry Hatfield, and put it in, he actually put his data in the spreadsheet template, and then I took it and converted it and ran a DSAT model with it in a matter of hours. Okay, and this last step, hopefully we'll get here with the teams that brought data. This is where your data may not be sufficient to run a model. The models need things like initial soil water, the amount of stable organic carbon in the soil, things that you may not have measured. So we have ways of supplementing the data through some functions, pedo transfer functions, and other methods. Okay, there's a sample of a data entry template. This is actually Jerry Hatfield's data. So he had 4 treatments, so there's 4 planting dates. He had, I think, let's see, 2 fertilizer events per treatment. Here's some observed data with anthesis date, maturity date, harvested yield, and so on. This is the spreadsheet template, okay? So the labels here refer to ICASA variables. So those of you in breakout 1 will see a lot more of this. Okay, so now I want to talk about the harmonization of databases, how we can make data within either existing databases or a new database, how we can make those data interoperable. So we've identified 3 different levels of interaction. One is an AGMIP data node. Okay, so we've actually installed an AGMIP data node here at NAL in the last few weeks. And this is where we're using exactly the AGMIP metadata format. We're using, in the full implementation, the metadata would be synchronized. All the AGMIP data nodes would contain the same metadata. There would be data redundancy between nodes. So this is where we're going with the AGMIP data node. We're not quite there yet, so that's why I've put future implementation there. The reason is that we don't yet have the ability for the AGMIP nodes to talk to each other and synchronize. That's work that needs to go on in the future. The second level of interaction is what we've called collaborative. And this is, the example is what we're doing with Ag Trials, where we are sharing some of the metadata. The AGMIP API can query, get new data sets and show it on our website, on our web interface, as being Ag Trials data. A user is then going to be directed to Ag Trials to actually get the data, but it's discoverable on the AGMIP site. And we also have the possibility of sharing data through the data translation tools. The third level of interaction that we identified was, it's actually a completely independent database with no interaction directly between the systems. It may use AGMIP database and API, but not necessarily. So this could be, say, an existing USDA database that's out there, but we want to be able to make the data interoperable with using AGMIP formats. So in this case, what we would do is share data by means of the translators. Okay, so we would develop translators, download the data from, say, the REACH database in Idaho, be able to take that, translate it into AGMIP format and use it in crop models, potentially. That's one of the areas we'll be exploring this week. So that's actually where we currently are with the NAL data node, in that there is no direct interaction at this time, but we can make those data interoperable through the data translation tools. Okay, yeah, this is just a little step-by-step how you would set up a data node. I'm going to skip over that for right now. And okay, so level 2, metadata sharing. The steps involved there, I've only got 2 steps, but honestly, it took quite a bit of effort getting the Ag Trials data mapped and translation tools developed. The first step is to identify and synchronize the required metadata fields. That sounds really simple, okay? But in actuality, it took us quite a long time, many Skype calls, and it took actually sitting down together in one room to hammer that out and make that happen with Ag Trials. If you're sharing data through the user interfaces, there are access protocols for the APIs. So the API on both sides need to be able to know how to talk to each other. And if you're actually going to allow users to access data between the 2 databases, there are user access controls that could be put in place. You know, we talked about doing this with Ag Trials, where AGMIP users would become Ag Trials users, and we'd have this, you know, shared sign-on. Ultimately, we decided that wasn't necessary. Okay, data translation. Steps in data translation: select the minimum data set common to both databases. Okay, so we've got 2 databases. It's like a Venn diagram. Where do they intersect and what are we interested in sharing? Map the variable names, definitions, units, and conversion requirements using the data dictionaries. Develop software libraries that allow available data to be translated from one format to another. And this is what we'll be doing in breakouts 1 and 2, is dealing with these data translation. Oops. Okay, last slide. This is just going back to Jim's first slide, I think, and this is where we want to be going. This is, I just wanted to reiterate the shared vision, where we want ultimately to have a distributed network of crop databases that researchers can provide their data and not only make it open. Okay, so open data is one part of it, but data is not truly open unless you can make it interoperable. You need to have automated ways to actually use that data, so a human doesn't have to go in every time and say, what does this mean? What are these units? Okay, so that's one of the things that we've really put a lot of effort into, and I think that that's key to moving forward. Easy discovery, open access, and use in models, and other types of analyses. Okay.
So, Bruno. So now we're going to keep going a little bit deeper. And Cheryl talked about the overall process. And now we're going to hear about some of the data that we'll be working with this week as an example. Now, there are lots of other kinds of data that researchers or plant breeders or others collect that are amenable to this whole process. But we actually have 4 examples that we'll be talking about now. Bruno is going to talk about the first set here. So yeah, do you have a slide? Okay. Well, no, it's okay if you like. Yeah.
I will be presenting the work that has been carried out at the long-term ecological research site at the Kellogg Biological Station of Michigan State University. Obviously, I don't present any of the results of things, but we wanted to make sure that this function is a very good example for various reasons. First, the long-term data, the high-quality control that has been done. The site is available, has been basically since 85 or so. So, nearly 30 years, and is continue to be monitored. There are several treatments. Each of the plot are about 1 acre. So that's a significant amount of, plot size, and they are repeated. And so I don't want to go in every, all the details. The site is lterkbsmsu.edu. So the best thing about this, connection is that the person in charge of the database is not here today, but Brian Baer, my computer analyst, has been working closely with him. And all the data now that will be basically collected, or the one that have been collected, will use this type of procedure that will go towards the model that we developed, Salus and DSET, but which in the end will be converted into this data harmonization. So the other advantage of using something like this is because we strongly emphasize on the role of soil and rotation. So the treatment that we have started until now, it includes corn, wheat, and soybean rotation. So we will be looking. We have an initiative within AGMIP, and one of the key interaction that Cynthia showed about running models in a continuous mode, so to be able to model the carryover effects of water and nutrients. And so the long-term experiments, just to give you an overview, there is a main cropping system site, which is the one that we will be starting with. And within that, there is one treatment that we have selected. We could have picked several, but there's a conventional management. There is no tillage, reduced input, organic, and then different other ecosystem of different management intensity, poplars and forestry and successional and so on. So each of these treatments are available. The data are completely available. Public domain can be downloaded, but it's a little bit of a mess. If you download, you don't really know what you're getting, and even though some of the instruction could be very supportive. So there are other treatments that will go in the pipelines, I think, because we're interested in modeling this, and the advantage of having a long term is that the synthesis is just very important to synthesize this information. So the work that Brian, Sven, and I, and Cheryl obviously have been doing is that we have the weather and the soil already completed that will go already towards this harmonization tools. The management, so the reason I had this slide is just to show that even though, yes, everything looks great and so on, but we have some issues, especially with the management, because as you know, management sometimes is recorded as a bunch of test blob. You have lots of words that they may have a little bit more complexity in converting into what was the tillage system. Sometimes different wording is used. And so the other thing is, and this will be a point of discussion, that has a model, and when we do simulation of measured data, we basically have one, it's very site specific. So we have one soil, one management, but this treatment have many plots. And so some of the plots have been managed by definition uniformly, but sometimes, they were planted few days apart. Now, for people who work with model, they may not necessarily be a big issue, but so for each of the plot, there are lots of information associated, which make the translation a little bit more challenging, because we either go and model each of the single plot, or when people publish this data and they synthesize the mean value, of all the treatment. They do the statistics. So that's something to think about. So what do we pick? Plot 1, treatment 1. And so that's something that we need to discuss. And who's familiar with the data knows, oh yeah, this is, more complete, we'll be using that. But it's something to think about, because even though, experimentalists, obviously, as we, carry out the experiment as well, not just the modeling part, you get by doing the statistical analysis. But in the models, you either run for each of the plots, but then you have to have site-specific information on that. Sometimes, they're better quality than others. So this is some of the things that could be resolved. So corn, soybean, wheat rotation, and data measure, there's a little bit of a longer list, but the emphasis is on soil carbon and soil nitrogen and yield components, and not too much on water TDR. There are measurements of TDR basically every 10 minutes since the last 5 years, but it's in another plot of the biofuel research plots. So it's a fantastic data set, and we're starting with one treatment, see how we go, and then could be an automatic, conversion to the rest of the treatment. Phil Robertson is the PI of, and he's very keen in doing this. The LTR is in the list to be an LTAR, possibly, to receive. We already, by definition, we collect data from the agricultural and agronomic standpoint, but we hope to get, support within the LTAR network.
Thank you, Bruno. And one thing, I don't know if Cheryl mentioned this or not, but there are also some tools that will take data that have already been converted to a particular crop model for use, like DSAT, and you can load those into the harmonized database. Is that correct? So we have it for AppSim and DSAT, just DSAT right now. And so some of the data that Bruno talked about, I think, is already set up in that format, and so a lot of that maybe could be done, except for the rotation aspects that you mentioned. So that was very good. And then the next person will be Sanford Eigenbrod, who is with the Wheat Cap, the REACH project in Idaho. And I think you have a presentation.
All right, thank you. So I don't know if this talk, this 10 minutes, is directly responsive to, I think, what Jim is looking for, but I hope it gives context for what we're bringing to the workshop today. So first slide is just an overview of the project. It's a CAP project, so you're familiar with those, perhaps. And in that, one of the things that's distinctive about them is that they are broadly integrating. We do the doing experiments in crop modeling, but we're also trying to do this in the wider context of the whole system, resonating with some of the stuff we heard from Cheryl and from Anne and Cynthia. So it's about wheat. It's about imparting resilience to climate change and adapting to climate change in the region, but also has extension and research components. And we've extension and education components. And we have lots of different biologists and scientists, sociologists, educators, extension educators, economists in the project. We're trying to integrate these things. So in the process of doing that, we collect a lot of data. And the data types include replicated trials, field trials, similar to what we heard about at Kellogg, some networks of sensors, the flux towers for CO2 emissions and nitrous oxide in some cases, chamber studies to look at greenhouse gas emissions and hydrology installations like the one shown in the top right. And that all produces a wide range of diverse data types from the outputs that we get from chambers, comparing those to modeling outputs for the same location, downscaled gridded data, such as in the top center, which has to do with the phenology of the cereal leaf beetle, which is one of the insects that are affecting our system. Sample sites and experiments throughout the region. We have 15 long-term experiments that have been established. A couple that were established prior to the onset of the project. The Cambridge Farm, which is a rotational tillage trial in Idaho, with where we replicate the standard rotation that is implemented by farmers there under 2 tillage regimes. So it's a spring cereal, fall cereal, and legume rotation, just like the farmers do. And we have about 12 years of data there, including yields and soil data, nitrogen, earthworms. So I don't have those spreadsheets with us today, but I think we can, if that's what we want to discuss, we'd be very interested in using that one as an example. Another one, bottom right, to me means the LTAR site, which is the Cook Agronomy Farm, which is an instrumented 350-acre farm where sensors long-term since 2000, about 2000, we've been monitoring the conditions, yield, nitrogen, carbon throughout that whole farm on a very fine scale grid, and us to try to capture some of the issues we have in our region with terrain and movement of nutrients and water across the landscape that are modeled there. Other kinds of data we have here is the social data and spreadsheet data, surveys of farmers, surveys of general population. All those kinds of data we are interested in integrating as part of our project, and of course relevant to the wider mission of AGMIP. So our goals have been to identify and adopt project-wide data management protocols and metadata standards, enable the storage of a wide range of data types, construct a permanent data repository, enable acquisition of legacy data pertaining to that, and ensure interoperability with other data management systems. That's why we're so eager to be here and be interoperable with the AGMIP network and try to contribute to that as well as we can. Also educate our researchers and our students in the data management requirements and procedures that are going to be part of careers going forward, and create a portal to enable it. So this is a sort of diagram of what we have. On the left are the kinds of inputs, crop cyst outputs, Oregon State University economic models. John Antle is a PI on the project. The flux tower and chamber data, downscale climate models, population surveys, pest, weeds, disease surveys, and experiments, such as the one I mentioned that could be input into this exercise here this week. And the structure of really depends on what's called the Northwest Knowledge Network, which is a foundation, and we've been important in helping to fund that and be sort of a use case for the Northwest Knowledge Network, which is housed at the University of Idaho and is designed to be a universal, broadly applicable data management system with storage, harvesting, and applications. The storage details are there on the slide. We use PostgreSDB database for the gridded data. We have a GeoPortal server and a thread server to help visualize those, and use PHP and Python and ArcGIS server for the interfaces. Some of the tools that are used for this are on the bottom. And our users and participants include the LTAR network, climate, or at least our particular site, the Cook Farm I mentioned, the Inland Pacific Northwest Research Stations, the Climate Impacts Research Consortium in the Northwest, our Northwest Climate Hub, and our extension teams and researchers. This is a diagram of the way the system works. It has interface, which is a web-based interface, and data management library. I think that some of the things I've heard today and indicate that we have a lot to learn from what AGMIP's doing, but we also think that we can offer some ideas for perhaps how to augment or modify some of the things that are being done in AGMIP. This is the interface, but the important thing here is that the data library and the data analysis tools links on the top left of this screen. So you click in there with your password, you can access the data, different levels of data. Data analysis tools, visualization is permitted there. This is a screenshot of the kind of data output that can be generated by accessing the database through that portal. We also are developing mobile applications that try to communicate some of the information we have to producers. Some of it is map-based information, such as phenological models for insects that are usable on mobile applications. All of this, these guys are really not that wide in real life, and it's not something about our potato diet out in Idaho or anything. This is just to acknowledge that everything I've described is really due to the Northwest Knowledge Network and REACH team. Paul Gessler and Eric Seaman are in this picture, and they're here with us this week, all week, to help work on how we can improve what we're doing and contribute to AGMIP. But other team members are shown there in front of our server bank. So I think some of our challenges are community-wide adoption, culture change for scientists, getting data uploaded. We're working on that. It's a struggle we have. The diverse data types and their integration, accessibility and security protocols, especially with the sensitive information from farmers, and the rapidly changing technology and visualization and funding. So this picture is just to indicate that our vision is to be effective in providing a data management structure that's useful for these partners that are shown in this circle in the Pacific Northwest. But of course, beyond that, we need to be thinking nationally and internationally. So that's kind of survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanford. And I want to make a couple of comments here. First of all, I hope that those of us who are making presentations are okay with us capturing these PowerPoints and providing them as PDFs after the meeting. I don't know if they'll either be on the University of Florida or AGMIP or maybe the National Agricultural Library website too. We're kind of working on that and see where they'll be available, but they will be available. And also want to make a comment about what Sanford just presented. This is a great example of what we wish everyone had been doing. I mean, because they already have crop modelers. Claudio Stockel is here, and data collectors and economists and a database system with an API. And what Cheryl showed you in these templates are something that we can use, but we don't have to if you already have an API. We just have to do the mapping of these variables and conversion of units if needed and so forth. So we don't have to do that. And so at this workshop, we have examples of a working database that has all the moving pieces. And so we want to connect up with that in a way that's most efficient for you folks. And we'll also provide the data in a discoverable through the AGMIP or the National Agricultural Library portal and be accessible. And then we have some of the data that now will be discussed that did not have databases already, and so they're using the template. And Jerry Hatfield provided some of the data. In fact, he was the first one that provided the data, and I think he did the work himself. Since he's not here, I've asked Cheryl to at least give a quick overview of the kind of data that's there, and then Jeff White will talk about some data sets from the ARS location in Arizona. Cheryl?
Okay, so I found out just a few minutes ago that I was going to do this. I don't know much about the experiment, the field experiment that was conducted, but I've seen the data, right? So I thought that maybe I could just show how we loaded it into the spreadsheet template and some of the assumptions we made to get it running in crop models. And I actually have a crop model output that I can show you. But it's basically 4 years of a corn experiment at Ames, Iowa. And so it was 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. So he caught the big drought year in there. There's measurements of, oh, maybe it is there. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, this is actually our Picasa spreadsheet template. There's some instructional information at the top of how it's coded such that one of our translators can read this and turn it into our AGMIP ACE format. Okay, so a lot of this is just explanation of how we do things. There's a section at the top of metadata. So these are the 4, it's not really treatments, it's 4 different years that he collected data for. Just some basic information. There should be, yeah, we've got latitude, longitude. These are links to a weather station ID. Okay, so the weather is kept separately, and that is how that relation is kept. Same thing with soil. Okay, so we've got soil data that all 3 of these use the same soil and the same weather. Same latitude, longitude. He's saying the previous crop was soybean. Actually, I entered that. That may not be completely right. I haven't talked to Jerry about these yet, so any errors are, of course, mine. We've got information. We can supply initial conditions here if you have it, but he didn't have that, so it's I just put in a not recorded. Here's how we entered the planting information. I should say that Jerry took the template and he actually filled this out with his data. And I think Jerry Hatfield did this. I think he did. I don't think he gave it to somebody. I think he actually did it. You need to ask him that. But at any rate, so it's fairly simple. Once you can map your variables that you have to the Picasa variables in the template, it's not that difficult process. So there's information on planting and fertilizer. So this was rain-fed, so we have no irrigation. And then what he collected was emergent state, anthesis state, maturity date, harvest yield, above ground biomass. He collected some in-season data on above ground biomass also. Okay, so that's it. That's the data that we have. There's also another tab for soils and another tab for weather data. And there are various other ways of entering your weather data too. This is not the only one. So that's the basic data that we got. And then I'll show you what the field overlay looks like for this. So this is a dome. Okay, so this is a supplemental data that we added to his data measured in the field such that we could actually run a crop model. So there's some metadata up at the top. We needed to fill in initial soil water. So we did that as a percent available water. We said it started at 100% available water. We filled in some initial nitrate and ammonium. in parts per million. And you could do this by soil layer, but we just, actually, these are mine. Again, all the errors are mine. I didn't really talk to Jerry about this. So that's the next step, is we get together and see whether my assumptions were really good. Planting event. Here's the biggest assumption that I made, and it's not a good one. I just chose a DSAT cultivar, okay, a generic DSAT cultivar, and I know we can do better than that, but that's, I just had not taken the time to actually calibrate these cultivars. We gave it some information on drainage rate, soil albedo, things like that. Never measured in the field, but we need it. The crop models need it. I gave it a root distribution function. Okay, so this in DSAT tells us the how hospitable each soil layer is to roots. We've got some assumptions on stable carbon, inert carbon, which is something APSIM needs. DSAT doesn't even use that. When to start the simulation, when to end the simulation. And that's pretty much it. That's all the supplemental data we needed in order to make a crop model then. And the final simulation, it's not very good. I didn't calibrate it. I didn't know I was going to be showing this today. Okay, but basically what we have here is above ground biomass and grain weight in the season. The solid lines are the 4 years that were simulated, and the individual points are what were measured. Okay, no calibration at all, so it's not too bad. That's basically all I've got to say about it. I wish I knew more about the experiment to tell you, but I don't.
So, yeah, thanks, Cheryl. So in the last two presentations, you've seen the two extremes of what we'd like to have connectable and usable. And now Jeff is going to talk about several data sets, I think, for wheat primarily. And again, these or some of the data he'll talk about will also be available for work here. Now, there are other people I know from Colorado, Lodge, y'all brought some data as well. I don't know if we have time, if you want to at least say something. But anyway, we'll be working with other data sets as well and other data. So, Jeff?
Thanks, Jim. Yep, so I'm going to bypass the PowerPoint tradition and just give you a little narrative of where I stand on data conversion. It's a good backdrop. So I'm going to talk about four data sets that I've been looking at. And the first one is the faced wheat data set. So this is free air CO2 experiments, which Bruce Kimball, Paul Finter, Gary Wall, and others at Maricopa conducted from about 1994 to 1997. There was one break year in between. They included a water by CO2 treatment for 2 years and nitrogen by CO2 treatment. And these have really been sort of seen as the gold standard for assessing crop response to CO2. So if you go in to the various assessment reports when they talk about effects of CO2 on wheat, those are some of the prime data sources. And Bruce has long been a supporter of making the data available for the models. And in fact, as soon as they finished the first phase studies, or with the wheat studies, they together what was GCTE at the time, which was sort of a predecessor of AGMIP, made the data available and had a modeling workshop where different wheat modelers came to Maricopa. So those data are in very good shape. We've got yield, growth analysis, good phenology data. Canopy temperature data is now being assembled because there's interest in using more sophisticated models. Canopy reflectance data also available. The crop management is exquisitely recorded. I mean, we had a full-time PhD irrigation specialist measuring the water going into the field. And good environmental characterization. So besides the soil profiles, we have up to 15-minute weather data taken in the field, not from the adjacent weather station. So in terms of modeling, it's pretty much in good shape and ready to go, and we've uploaded a set of data into the template, and Cheryl's done a test upload into the AGMIP crop experiment database. That all looks like it's going pretty well. I will say though, I see this as a version 1 upload, and every time I talk to Bruce, it's like the gift that keeps on giving. I just mentioned to him, what about the wheat quality data? He goes, oh yeah. And they took all of their samples from this and sent it to a USDA quality lab and had it run. So last week we got a new spreadsheet with a whole lot of variables on wheat quality that we haven't looked at before from a modeling perspective. So, but we'll probably pull those in. And another, much more serious issue to show how the details get complicated is so far we've been dealing with means, across reps, but Bruce does have the original plot level data. So do we go from our 16 treatments to a sort of a footnote 18 treatments because they're sort of a strange paired set of treatments in one year, or do we jump up to 64 treatments and try and capture the plot level variability? And these are unresolved questions so far. So that's sort of pending. And I think also there's some plant tissue nitrogen level data which we haven't captured yet. So we'll be looking into that. So I guess this raises, we've mentioned the issue of quality. There's also, together with quality, an issue of versioning. What do you do every year or two? You've got a new variant. The second set of data is one of these data sets I love to hate. Has anybody here heard of the China Wheat Project? Okay, there's one, yes. So back in the early 1980s, a group of brilliant modelers and agronomists and USDA got together and said, wouldn't it be wonderful to do a series of experiments coordinated across the US? And not only that, they were in discussions with the Chinese and the Chinese Academy of Science. And the Chinese said, well, we'll do it too. And so the original goal was to have coordinated experiments both in the US and in China. And the China data sets, it disappeared. There's a mystery citation in a special issue of Ag Forest Net referring to the China data sets, the real China data sets, but we don't know what's happened to those. And I have asked some of our AGMIP Chinese colleagues to see what's going on. But we've got 5 locations, 2 years at each location, 4 nitrogen treatments, 3 irrigation treatments. And these were done, by some of the real star, people. In fact, Jerry Hatfield was involved in this. Ed Kanemasu, somebody else who recognize. Bob Reginato with the U.S. Water Conservation Lab managed the whole thing. And miraculously, then one of the papers in the special issue said the data are available upon request as floppies. And so in 2006, I requested the data, and thank goodness I didn't get floppies. I got a zip file. And in spare time, I've been preparing those, and I can say it's got obviously good yield data, pretty good growth analysis data, some questions on the protocol they used and adjustments they made, which again goes back to the detail. It looks like they tried to adjust for plant population variation within plots, and I still haven't deciphered how they were done. That includes canopy temperature data, canopy reflectance data. So this is like a real, platinum data set that is just, if we can bring it back to life, it's going to be wonderful. And I wish when we did our first wheat modeling exercise, we'd had a data set like this to work off of. So that's in process, and we're under the gun because Heidi Weber, who's leading a group for modeling canopy, or the importance of modeling canopy temperature in climate change, so she wants these data essentially available in mid-June. So we hope to get those into the template in some form this week. Now moving to more speculative work. Back when I was a bean physiologist, I had some questions about temperature effect on photoperiod sensitivity. And I noticed that there's a really nice soybean data set. It's 1,100 trials that IntSoy ran from 1973 to 1983 until U.S. soybean producers expressed annoyance that USAID was helping improve soybean production in Brazil and Bolivia and Argentina and elsewhere. So the yield trials stopped then. But those were 20 to 30 cultivars, a total of about 400 environments, predominantly in the tropics, but often going up in elevation. I think the highest elevation in the tropical region was 1,700 meters. So potentially useful data set, but right away you've got issues with the quality of the location information. There was no Google Maps in those days. So I've now tracked down, I think, latitudes and longitudes for probably about 3/4 so that it could be usable. The weather data we're having to pull in from secondary sources because it wasn't reported. But it's got your basic data of planting, yields. All the seed samples after the first year were sent back to Illinois for standard quality assessment. So we've got a single location doing protein and oil on these. I think means that we'll look at temperature effects on soybean quality. We've got an outstanding data set. But again, you get some surprises. And just to give you an example, days to flowering is reported from emergence date to flowering date. Fair enough. No emergence date. So I've got a planting date, and then I've got this interval, but I'm missing the emergence date. So, to fill in the data, this goes back to the strategy that Cheryl used to say, well, I run a simple growing degree data. But one miserable little data value totally changes the value of the data. And of course, soil data and other things are minimal information. But I still think for looking at temperature effects on phenology and possibly quality, this is just an outstanding data set. And I should, for people here at National Ag Library, these data were not available in digital format. And so I found PDFs, the USAID website, I think had like 4 of the reports. National Ag Library had 2 hard copy reports. So who went home and sat down with a little hand scanner and scanned the data sets, turned them into PDFs, had them OCR'd and cleaned up. And then also, God bless the intern I had last summer, who did an awful lot of checking afterwards. So that's the soybean data set. Then moving on, the 4th data set I want to look at in this sort of series is cotton phenomics data set. So this is a population that Mike Gore worked with when he was in Maricopa from 2010 to 2012. This is like getting up into the sort of larger scale of genetic studies. This one had 100 lines. It was grown under water deficit and well-watered conditions. And what makes it interesting for us is that this was the first time we used phenotyping equipment. So we drove a tractor through with 4 sets of sensors, one for infrared thermometry, reflectance, and height. And so it's not that we've got like detailed growth analysis data, but 3 times a day, and we have 28 channels of data measured at 5 hertz. So that'll be interesting to see how we package those data. And of course, the next challenge from phenomics is we move to imaging. What are we going to do with all the image data? So out of all this, I think, sort of what, I'll say, what are the lessons learned? Let's say A is there's a lot of good data out there, and it'd be interesting to start a data archaeology project and see what's back there and say, and then probably the second one is to moderate your optimism, because I was going to, wow, this data set is incredible. And sort of halfway through the process, I'm thinking, why on earth did I start this? It would have been easier to do the experiment all over again. And one of my favorite expressions is that the devil is in the details. And I use it so often, I thought I better find out where this comes from. And at this point, I have to insert my USDA disclaimer about references to religious and some deities and so on. The original version is God is in the details. And I think somewhere in between those two is certainly the truth in working with different data sets. Thank you.
That was very, very good. Well, these are the ones that we had scheduled. And so I think what I'll do is just see if there are other data sets that have been brought here. I know there is one from Colorado, but are there other people who brought data that they would like to try to get them into the system? Very good. So maybe we could take just a couple of minutes and have you at least say what the data sets are. And for all of the rest of us, what we've heard so far is just a microcosm of all of the agricultural data sets that have been collected and are being collected every year. I mean, it's just minuscule, and yet we don't have them. I mean, most of the data are gone. And so I think this is a stark reminder of why it's important to do the things that we're about to do. So, Bodge or Pat, are you wanting to do this? And then Dennis, would you make a couple of comments about all of the data that you hope to use? Pat? This is Pat Bartling from USDA. You can come on up.
No slide or anything. I'm an agronomist from Fort Collins, Colorado, and the data set that we're bringing in to register this week is the ARS Limited Irrigation Research Farm. It's near Greeley, Colorado. We're bringing in the 2008 through 2011 data. The design of the experiment was originally to try various irrigation levels to meet percent ET. So there's 6 treatments. It goes from 40% ET to 100% ET. The 70% ET level is actually done also where your water savings in the vegetative state is applied to the reproductive stage. And so that's the data set that we're going to be working with. What I'm bringing right here is observed final biomass and yield, but within season LAI, plant height, and of course full soil water through the season for the data set. And of course the key area of this is the ET component. So this data set's not only used in with the root zone water quality model, so it'll provide a data set within the AGMIP structure to do the root zone translator, but also we're Dr. Ahuja's on the cross initiative between the crop ET initiative and improving the ET component of models. So this data set's also critical to that initiative as well. So that's what we're going to be looking for this week.
I'm sorry, I caught a little bit off guard, but I'll try to go through with what I remember of the data. We have a corn model we developed, and we did some testing with it on the eastern shore of Maryland, where we worked with one private farmer who's in Delaware and at the Y Research Extension Center that's run by the University of Maryland. So we have 2 years of data from the farmer's field. And this particular farmer, he happens to be very competitive, and he wants to get higher. He tries to get the highest yields he can in his region. So he fertilizes with and irrigates his corn very well. So the management is probably optimal as you can get in the area. And the University of Maryland is pretty much average what you'd find in terms of it's part of a study for a watershed where they've had measurements of runoff and looking at phosphorus and nitrogen movement. And it's a no-till site. And both sites were no-till. And for the sites, we have weather data, hourly weather data from weather station, as well as we went out bi-weekly to the sites and collected corns for sampling, which we brought back for leaf area, phenology, and then we have biomass and all these, and all these were done every 2 weeks throughout the whole growing season for this. There are a total of 5 site years of data. Tice Tylenor used some of the phenology data in a study he published recently, and looking at comparing how different maize models, how they simulate the phenology. And but the data are very good for looking at how leaf area responds and to temperature and planting date and location. And we also have with it was nitrogen. We measured nitrogen on the leaves, and that's, I have to put that in with the data set too. So we have a complete set of leaf nitrogen data and all the management that went into it, and of course the biomass right up to reproductive stage.
So yeah, I want to thank all of you for giving this summary and also remind us that these data themselves are very important, as Dennis just pointed out, and Jeff and Bruno and Sanford and others. But here in this workshop, you know, we could have chosen any of the thousands of data sets, because it's the methodology and it's the approach that we really want to get right. I mean, we want to get these data sets available and used as well, but we're really looking to come up with a process through which we can continue to both encourage researchers to put their data into databases somewhere, open them up, and make them available so that we're not in the same situation 5 years from now. So that's what we hope to do. And we have a few minutes now for discussion, and I think what we can do is we can have questions or comments from anyone who may have comments or questions of any of the speakers that we've had so far, or any of the data sets that are available. So any questions or comments? Reactions? That's why we need a roadmap, and that's part of the questions that we ask in this slide here. Let me make it bigger. Yeah, I think that's part of the issue. This fifth data bullet there, should funding, let's see, should USDA and other donors invest in tool and database development for? Well, then we should add another bullet point. If there are data sets that are important from the past, someone would have to invest in doing that. Jeff, you had a comment? Or a scanner that you have to use and then correct it. But that is a good question, and it's the who pays for it and how much would you do. But you know, there are a lot of data sets already out there. I mean, the Illinois yield trials, they're on the web. They're not really, I don't know that they have an API connected with them so that we can link into them easily now, but it would be great to start having these routinely collected databases connected like this. And of course, we've talked about the genotyping data. We really need to get all of these data connected. Do any of the ARS or other folks want to respond to Ken's question? I mean, what's the likelihood that there would be opportunities for some scientists to go back and recover some of the important data sets that are available, or to invest in the future ones? There's Lodge.
I think it's important for us to emphasize that the data is part of the chip. Whether it's a weather data, we issue with small errors in the weather data.
Sure.
And even the field data, soil and crop. And I think it's good to associate standard deviation or standard error with value value.
Mm-hmm.
And we need to identify some good data sets in the field.
Yeah.
Maybe for future, we need to have some guidelines. What is the minimum data that's collected for each experiment study? And standard deviation.
Yeah, very good point. The quality checking is important all the way through. And my question, are there tools that could be developed or available to help with that? And I think there probably are. In fact, one of the things that we're trying to do in AGMIP is develop something, at least for an initial check, when we have some of these data sets come in. One of the things that could be done is to see if they will run with a model. But then you can also run some tools that would check the standard deviations and check these various indicators that would help tell us, well, that's probably an outlier data set or something. You don't want to, so that's, some of that can be done. Maybe Jeff has some comments. Mm-hmm. It is. Okay. Ray, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment to that point. That, I think there's really a lot to think about. Both as temporary solutions and solutions have as it relates to where we want to go in the future. Those are the things that equality applications are going to go. But you've got to put goals together where you want to go in the future. There's going to have to be those spending. Like I said, there's all kinds of data sets here. We think we're going to more strategic about thinking about what
Mm-hmm.
what where we want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I can think of a handful of things that we mentioned in scope, but I don't know that this way of doing it.
That's a very good point. In fact, one of the things that Joshua Elliott at University of Chicago and Columbia has been doing is looking at the yield trends in corn in the U.S. I mean, if you look at the yield trend, it's upward, and trying to understand what caused that. How much of it is due to genetics, how much of it is due to changes in climate, how much of it is due to changes in management. And having all of those data over that period of time would have been a fantastic resource to help really disentangle these yield trends. And now we want to project into the future as we're trying to figure out how to intensify agriculture and feed 9 billion people by 2050 or so. And, we just really need to have those kind of data to help us understand and build on that. So, sure. Mm-hmm. Claudio? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like that. I think that's practical, but it is something that the agencies generally will have to put into their requirements, basically. And maybe some of that's already being done. I know you have an open data policies in the ARS. I know they do that, and you know, Simon.
Yeah, one of the companies that right now, the economy is working on the policy. This policy is being exactly so we right now the policy is set out on first in I said as part of the current application set. So it's a little bit I said, let's look at the full question here. Should the donor require the project to make the first year and then 2 years after? This 2 years, we just like everything we were talking about. Right? So this is referred as so-called voluntary. So at the very beginning of the day, I correctly that sometimes we have to talk to the issue. We have to talk to the issue. However, the law is not protecting the person to this moment. And then all the time with the third what we think is just one of the and this actually, any federal agency that have the research funding more than 1 million, 80% of the research itself. One of the research jobs, so that's the first. Because of the law, between one and let's say something like and how far is already open government is all the research itself has to be now. Here's the key question. Here we differentiate the meaning of the once you know that you correct the data, you want the data right side, then you get the data on the very beginning, you have to log in up on the sensor. But those data, in some cases, are useful, in some cases, not useful. But inevitably, the question is that this is useful raw data, and then you process all the way to the very end. Right? So the question is that what kind of data second question is that we use if the field event so bad, maybe 1 year ago, and economic research, the field events slowly and so this is the big. Now the industry depending on the us how they say one because one all the time. has to be better than good. The second thing I find is to describe applications. You know, you get one from an age right now, the site application is published and just means that everyone here is full open application is campus. Well, of course, the publishing is right? And then there's some people say, hey, don't do this too short. So this is a debate. Now, the key debate question is that what the data set needs? Not all the data are full of. Some data is more on, some data is less on. The question is that who is going to decide what most valuable data set we need to do? We need to archive, we need to manage them. Maybe I just give you one quick example. If you just go to another data set, oh, that's a question. Can I explain the variance out of this? So you collect one. Right? So they find it. You were your genome, you don't send your genome, you need to they have coming out of the how much box? High quality, so why do you keep track of all this? So the key thing here for this group is that not all data is in. So it's up to the community to decide what kind of data